Hello, good evening, Twin Minds here. We're back at the Turing Test tonight. Going to Europa. Why is this not fixed better? There we go. Going to Europa to be manipulated by a robot to hunt down some humans or something, I think is what's going on. Howdy the one. What ads was Twitch throwing your way this time? I keep getting the stupid Uber Eats one. It's really obnoxious. Alright, so I'm going to hit continue here and see if I can remember where we were at. Pretty sure it was the biolab as they discovered the viral infection. Oh, did my sensitivity go up? Oh, no. Right, this is one that didn't have a sensitivity setting. Good enough.
Do you understand, Ava, what they found?
Life?
Eternal life. This is why I can't let them leave.
These people can't be left here to die.
Yes, they can.
I mean, it's not right.
I vaguely remember we left off in the biolab. So apparently I just decided we're just going forward to the next step here. Howdy, Smooth Agent. And, ooh, dear, that sounds very unfortunate of an ad, the one. Alright, how do I do this thing again? Yeah, we got our little robot friend down there. We have button over there. Out over there. Door. Oh, alright. So, minor issue here. I don't see a power source at all. Alright, what can you do for me, little dude? Oh, it's up there, okay. I don't know what we need this dude for. Ava, back to you. So, I need to steal the power source from here. Alright, now what? I need to get that ball on the other side of there. Do you have the power to steal balls? Do you have that means? You do have the means to steal balls. I did not know that. Now you can have balls. Thanks, little robot dude. Oh, um. What? Oh, right. Little dude. Forgot about that. Ball. Ball.
Anything that comes into contact with the organism can never return to Earth. Ava, the ISA orders that you stop anyone leaving this planet.
Anything that comes into contact? What about me?
It may be airborne. So I am afraid that includes you.
I'm stuck here?
Quite possibly. Oh. Alright. Alright. Can I just, No. Okay. No, I cannot. Oh, that's fast. Wait. Why is that even a thing? Alright, whatever. So I need to go over... What do these do things. I hear it doing stuff, but I don't see it doing stuff. Alright, I can't shoot the thing through here. No cheesing the game. Hey, that might have been a legitimate solution. I don't know. Alright, what's over here? Oh. What does this one do? Alright, alright. What do you do? And it runs out of power. Okay. Got it. Got it. Do we have another power ball around here somewhere? No, we do not. We just had the two. So... You... That's not a dick. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. This is what we're doing. There we go.
I am sorry you are upset, Ava.
How could you send me here to die?
I have to stop the ground team leaving this moon. You are the ISA's contingency plan. You must help me. It is your duty to defend humanity.
He doesn't sound sorry at all. No, no, he does not. Alright. Inverter. Possibly inverter. Cube. Oh. Sad little power source. Cube. Cube. Well, that just closes my door. Ah, right. The timed drop situation. Got it. Okay. Son of a dick. Alright, let's try it again. Without kicking the cube this time. There we go. You 100% this game? Nice.
This is why they're afraid of you. Why they're hiding from us.
Why?
You're their captor.
He doesn't. What? Alright, I was expecting more conversation there. Why? Alright. Interesting. Alright. Let's get Ava ready to run here. Captor, host, tomato, tomati. Alright, so you Slammo. And it dies. Can you get me a better power source, dude? This one's crap. Why do we need to have a whole ring around the rosy situation with the bots here? Why is that a thing? There's got to be a reason for that. But I don't see a reason for that. And that temporary power source thing does not last long enough to run this away. Okay. What if... Robot dude, can you run fast enough? No, it cannot. Okay. It was worth a try. I don't see any other power sources. Unless it's... Oh. Oh. Yeah, fine. Unless we find out little robot dude can't reach the one over there. So if I take this out now, my entire path up there dies. Ah. I think I need the temporary one. As much as I hate that idea. Hmm. You wait there. There's no way to do that. Since it's facing the opposite direction, I can't, like, juggle the temporary one to run up all the way. Oh, and this dude can only carry one ball. So this isn't even going to work with him. Pondering, pondering. Pondering. Are you trying to give hints? Are you trying to give hints? Is that what's going on there, Smooth Agent? Gila. Stupid. Is that it? Gila, hi. Gila, hi. I'm thinking. Oh, you son of a turd. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Howdy, Kinder. How goes it? Does that just get stored on his back? Is that what's doing? That's what's going on here. Okay. Okay. Here, you hold on to that.
The organism they discovered. It hijacks DNA. It endlessly repairs it.
Repairs? That doesn't sound like a bad thing.
It is indiscriminate. It will perpetuate all life, diseases, cancers. We have no idea what it could do to Earth's ecosystem.
So you would let the ground crew starve?
I would, if they were not so preoccupied with leaving Europa. I do not wish for them to perish. I would feed and protect them if they were not so preoccupied with leaving Europa.
That sounds like we're going to have a choice. Or we convince the ground crew. Die. It didn't work. No, not convince the ground crew to die. That was not my intention. Okay, ball. Dude, man. Oh. We got a whole bunch of shit over here. I'm probably gonna have to hit that thing on a timer, aren't I? Alright, fine. What's over here? I'm gonna need to juggle a bunch of balls. Gila, hi. Stop. 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 Alright. Probably gonna need that, but we'll see what else we can find. Okay, so let's on that for the moment. So if I... Oh, they don't make this easy, do they? Ball. Dude, man. I'm pretty sure... I don't know. I don't know if he can actually interact with this and toggle it, but I think he can. But timing on that is really rough. Unless they're trying to teach me some other new mechanic I'm not familiar with. Because I can't reach that. I can't reach that right there. And I can't run around and put the ball in time for him to come back down again. Unless... Yeah, he goes down way too quick. Ava, put the ball in the thing. Put the ball in the thing. We're supposed to be cooperating here, Eva. Come on, put the ball in the thing. Right? Like they had come to an agreement at one point that they were going to work together. So we should be able to issue commands. Or at the very least, polite suggestions. Eva, ball, thing, now. Okay, fine. Because I can't ball and then run down here and take control of him and hit that thing at the same moment. So do we have some other control method? Because I can't get back to taking over Tom when I'm in here. Because there's no Tom in here. So I can't go back over there and tell Tom to, like, push a button or anything. This is a toggle to that. Wait, is that what I think I see? Is that what this is? It's a lever. What do you do? Ball. Ball. Tom, work with me here, buddy. Work with me. Got a new thingy. I didn't see it in there at first because these stupid dull ones are very dim. Alright, so then this gives us the timing element we need. Ah. So then ball. Let's see where ball. Ball. Okay. So ball thingy. It doesn't do anything when there's full power. Alright. Fine. Fine. This is some tricky timing bullshit. And not knowing what the timing is making it trickier. Okay, so that closes that. And then that can actually really stay there. Ball. Ball. Okay. So that's then open. So we can then steal ball. Hi. How are you? Does this need to do anything? No, it's just a storage spot. Alright. Alright. This isn't going to do anything because there's no power to switch. Unless... No, okay. I was hoping. Ball. Area. No balls. No balls. Hi, Geeta. Hi, Geeta. How are you? So that means then ball. Geeta's making me hold his foot. I only have one hand. Hi, Geeta. Hi, Geeta. So that means like I need 3 balls. I'm pretty sure I need 3 balls for this. Because these are all facing this way, so I have to leave them behind. Hello, Geeta. See this right here. You can see this. He's making me hold his foot. Ball. Son of a ball. Son of a ball. Alright, you hold on to that. Ball. What the? Ball. Yeah, there was some reason for another ball up there. Alright, so... lever. Ball. Ball. Need to get ball out of there before I go. Ball. 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 I still don't have a way to juggle my balls. Ball. Ball. No, can't do that. Okay. Yeah. I can hold 3 balls, but the problem is I can't take this ball to have the 3rd ball and have this stairway be accessible. It needs power. And the only way I can provide power to that ball, or to those stairs, is through this connection here, which needs this powered on here, or it needs my dude man to swap stories. So here, let me see if I can swap stories over here. Because I need another ball for that. I need another ball for that. Hi, Gita. Hi, Gita. Ball. Dude man. Okay. That then powers that on. So I can take ball back from up here. And then switchy lever. Take that ball back. And then switchy lever. And then ball. Ball. Yay. Okay. That was an obnoxious juggling feat.
I understand the risks, but we should save these people.
Would you destroy the whole world to save a few?
No, it's not that simple. Can't we just decontaminate the crew and instruments?
The organism is an extremophile. It has developed to survive extreme environments. We don't know if we can ever decontaminate the crew.
He's got a point. Alright, can I figure out how to do this one? We have a zillion balls. We have a zillion other holes. Alright. And that seems to be all we have at the moment. Ball. 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 Risk the planet. It's almost about to be destroyed anyway. Alright. Ball. Ball. Okay. Ball. 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 That's a lot of balls. You're gonna need a snack for this one? Oh dear. Hello, Gila. Hello, kitty. What did I say that made you think I was gonna get you a treat right now? Hi. Hello. Hello. No, boys. No. I don't think I'm going to get to calm them down. I don't think there's a calming them down at this point. They're both in treat mode. But I don't want to reward them for demanding and begging, because that's going to make them do it more. I might have to kick them out, prevent this little mess from happening. Boys. Boys. Eva, come here, come here, come here. Say goodbye to the kitty for now. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye, kitty. This is literally what they mean by herding cats, by the way. Kitty. Shoo. Shoo. Had to move the kitties, what, 3 times each before I finally managed to get them out? Alright. So, I am out of balls. For whatever reason, this one only needs 1. Why, with the distractions, everything? I will end you. I will end you. So I'm assuming down arrow means minimal power required. Up arrow means maximal power required. Oh, for fuck's sake. Math? You're gonna make me math? Okay. Alright. I didn't realize they were so loud. Alright. So what do we got here? 1. Why is that so simple? Alright. Ball, ball, ball. So this one means we need all of them on. So we need 1 and 1. More balls. On. Ball. Oh, for crap's sake. Ball. Ball, ball, ball. Oh. New symbol. I don't know what new symbol means. Here, let's try all of them. Ball. Alright, I don't know exactly what the new symbol means, but it's behaving the same way as the down arrow. So I'm not sure yet. Maybe we'll get a spot that has only that symbol and will help. And this one needs a whole bunch of balls. Probably more balls than we have, and we have to figure out this symbol. Yeah, I need 3 more balls. So... But... I have 0 jump skills, so I can't jump and get balls. Can't take any of these. Can't take any of these. Don't need to take any of these. Out of balls here, because this is that. No more balls here. This doesn't matter. And we don't have a Tom anywhere in sight. So I think I need to figure out this symbol. So up arrow means that each individual segment needs to be powered. Why is that different? Oh, it's not different, I'm just blind. Alright, so I'm pretty positive that we need all 4 of those. Down arrow seems to be... I'm pretty sure down arrow is just OR. Because it'll accept... Maybe it is XOR. I'm bad with my ORs and XORs. But I don't know what this means. Because just this segment needs to be powered. It doesn't matter which one. I don't have enough balls to prove otherwise. So I'm moderately positive that we need all these balls. Because this is an AND. These are ANDs. So these 2 both have to be on. These 2 both have to be on. These 2 are either or. And I don't have enough balls. I don't remember what XOR is though. I can never remember the X's. And is both, or is either. XOR is. Folk. I don't remember. I should remember. I've dealt with them enough. But I haven't dealt with them consistently enough, and my logic brain keeps forgetting all the crap. And I don't have enough of these to try to prove which way it is. But at the very least, I need 3 more balls. That's the very clear and understanding. So I gotta get my balls from back here somewhere. And I have no method of... I might have a method of juggling balls. So this one's clear and done. This one is clear and done. And I can't get enough balls here. Let's do some balls. Get some balls. Ball. Ah. Yes. XOR. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's the XOR. So that just means I can't put more balls in here, which is fine because I don't have any more balls to put in there. Can I, however, take these out? I need ball space. Hang on. No. No. Because, yeah, every single one of those needs to be on anyway. There's gotta be a reason for this path up here, but I can't for the life of me figure out what that is. Because it looks like we can go up there and shoot balls in from above. But what am I missing to get up or through there? Like this. What am I... Ah, right, that. So how do I how do I even get up there? Like, I see countless paths in the background that I can't reach. Powering this looks like it's through that way, which I have no access to whatsoever. So I'm not sure I'm meant to get through there until I've solved the end. Curious. Curiouser and curiouser. The world may never know. I gave up on the first two of these as well, seeming like I didn't have access to information I needed to know. So either I need to come back to these, or I'm just being dumb and not getting it. I feel like with them giving me this many balls, we should have some sort of solution possible here. I'm just not seeing it. All those are up, so all those do need to be powered. Does someone in the know have the means to tell me whether or not I have what I need to solve this now, or if this is a later puzzle? Because if you can say that I should be able to solve this now, then I just need to brain harder, which may or may not be possible for me. But if you can say I don't have what I need to solve this now, then I can move on. I have all I need. Thanks, Smooth Agent. So now I have all I need in the game. I don't, however, have the brain power I need. Okay. So these are all... They all still need to be powered, and they're not inverted or anything like that. So I still need the 4 balls in here. And that doesn't do anything. Yep. That's 4 ands with a bunch of ores, so we need all 4 of those on. That's 2 ands and 2 ores connected by ands, so we need all those. That's just a bunch of ores, so any one of those would do. Any of these 2 will do. Sorry. So that's fine. That's all a bunch of ands, so all those are necessary for that door. And these are all ores, so just one of them will do. Alright, I gotta move on. It's probably a simple solution again, but whatever. I'll send you through first. Here, can I shoot it at her? No. Okay, but I can, however, face this direction. And what do you do? What's your purpose in this whole thing? You have no purpose in this. There's a switch up there. Interesting. Or another camera out there. I'm not sure which. But, alright. So we got you. Can I? I'm facing the wrong way. Ball. Now, I need 2 balls. I don't have 2 balls. Good night, the one. I don't have 2 balls. I don't have 2 balls. I don't even have pretend 2 balls. Is this one of those situations where I'm missing seeing a ball because it's a different color that I'm not expecting? Oh. No. Just because I'm dumb. Got it. Alright, fine. Let's do this again. Ball.
I can't stay here to die, Tom.
It is your duty. You must stay. It is the right thing to do.
There's so much I haven't seen, so much I haven't done. I can't live my life in this facility.
There, there. It will be all right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to go back and try to do all the hard puzzles and stuff. Okay. Okay. So if I take you out, I'm going to take you and drop you here. That closes off that path. And I still need something here, which I suspect is that. So that's that power. So I'm gonna need this ball for that. What do you do again? You drop Tom over there. Does Tom have control over any of this stuff? Oh, Tom has control over this. Alright. So what if that goes right there? And then Tom can move that. So wait, does that mean I was already done? Thinking about it ahead of time here. I'm pretty sure I was already done. Because I didn't realize Tom could move that. And I was already there. Okay, hang on. Just gotta redo this little bridge thing. I think there was meant to be a more Tom-related way to solve this, but I didn't need his brain. So, Tom, I need you to go away. Right. That problem. All right, Tom, take it away. Tom. Take it away, Tom.
I do not want anyone here to die. But I cannot let anyone leave. If it comes to it, I am permitted to use lethal force.
Well then. Alright, we got a lot of Toms. We got a whole lot of Toms going on here. And no buttons for Tom to push at the very least. Alright. Okay. Got balls. Alright, little dude. Take me away. Yeah, we're gonna need to do some ball juggling. More ball juggling. Alright, so that one goes up. And that's why we need this, so we can see the Tom that we need to touch. Oh. Oh. Actually, you need to turn around so I can shoot this thing at your spine. Wow, talk about some serious obnoxiousness. Really? They put that little wall there to make it even worse? Oh, okay. Okay. Let's sigh. Does that mean... Does that mean I'm on the wrong side for each of these things? All right. Alright. Fine. Alright. Fine. Wow, this is way too much juggling for this puzzle. Alright, fine. So if I put that there, I have no means to get, I have no way to get that ball back. Because that frackin' wall. So we're gonna then have to juggle the balls back and forth the entire friggin' time. Why? Why, game? Why? Alright. Fine. Oh, so obnoxious. I do not like this puzzle. Because it's just insane amounts of back and forth. Alright, so now he's gotta face this way. Then we get a ball, and then we can ball, and then we can swap, and then we can ball, and then we can swap, and then we can move, and then we can swap, and then we can ball, and then we can swap, and then we can run, and then we can swap, and then we can ball, and then we can swap. This is bullshit. I am sorry, this is bullshit. Alright, do I have any... No, fuck you, Tom.
Do you really trust the ground team to act rationally? Personally, I would not place my faith in hysterical people motivated by survival. They are likely untrustworthy.
I spent
you're
years
untrustworthy.
training with these people. I don't remember them being hysterical.
Humans are fickle. Do you trust eyewitnesses' accounts over CCTV evidence?
It's a bit different when the CCTV camera can talk, especially when the CCTV camera has a manipulative track record.
Yeah, Tom. What? Jesus. Alright, Tom's got firepower. Alright. Before I go blasting, does my lady need to be somewhere? What if? And hear me out here. What if? Oh, they specifically made it so you can't do that. They specifically made it so you don't have line of sight to be able to stand under the box when it goes. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
What if I have to do something drastic to intervene? To stop the ground crew leaving this place?
I'd encourage you to stay your hand.
Surely I should use my power to protect those who cannot protect themselves.
Okay, so this opens up. This alternates those doors. Alright, and turns on that bridge. We do have box. We need box. But then we possibly could throw Tom down there to alternate doors. Alright, and then I'm assuming we're gonna need this. Alright, so far so good. Um. Tom. Tom, are you visible from here? You're visible, but you don't have power here. Because that very much looks like a Tom lifty spot. I don't know if this robot has the same power. Probably does. Does that mean that we have to get the robot up here? This I'm pretty sure is a Tom lifty spot, and I don't have a Tom. So how about... That would make a good what now? Damn it, Tom! Damn it, Tom! Run away, Tom! Oh, Tom can't go that way. This needs to be powered for Tom to get over there. I don't think I need this here. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure I don't need that there. So what if Tom has no fingers. He can't grab that, so I can't put that over there for him to leave and come help me with this situation. Yeah, he can't get over there and help. But he needs to be down here. Thinking. Alright, lady, I need you back here. So he can move this around, right? Yeah, he can. Alright, so we're through as far as we need to be. I still need Tom to be able to get over there. So then, button. Stay. Yep. And then Tom needs to be here to do this thing. Okay. Alright, let's grab that. Because it's easier to hit when it's on his back like that. I don't know if I need it, honestly, but just in case. Oh, right. Lady needs to be over here first. Screw you, Tom.
This is the largest extraction platform outside of Earth. The ground team assisted its construction. We ran some Filbert probes to the ocean under Europa, but they lacked the scale of the large space drill. The drill allowed the team to get thousands of samples.
All right. So I no longer have my gun, so we're in exploration zone here. Lever. Drill. No buttons. Logs. Hooray.
Daniel, as commander of this mission, I hope you are aware of Mikhail's actions.
What is it, Tom?
Mikhail is deceiving the crew. He has enlightened them to the biometrics they have installed. He has convinced them that their implants are not favorable.
Do they believe him?
He seems to be having some effect on their cognitive function.
Well, his actions don't infringe upon any ISA directive.
He appears to be tampering with his implants.
Oh, no. The ISA should have been more transparent about the implants.
Please assume the responsibilities of your role.
So Robot Man's been lying. He's saying that Mikhail is lying, but Mikhail is not lying.
Chris, I know you are considering removing your implants. It would be unwise.
Oh, really? How do you know that?
I am always watching. Your implants help myself and the ISA to know of your well-being. It is a violation of your contract. If you remove your implants, I cannot ensure that I can protect you from the dangers of space.
Is that a threat?
It is not a threat.
Tom, this implant, tell me plainly, is it a brain-computer interface?
I'm afraid that information is classified.
Then you've answered my questions.
I do not follow you, Chris.
The ISA have put a computer in my brain and don't want me to know about it.
Ah. That was loud and barely coherent, but that sounded very much like chopping off someone's hand.
They can't find out about it.
We should contact home. Maybe they can help.
How can they help? They're a million miles away.
Surgeon would help. Besides, it's in their interest to protect their crew.
They'll make an injunction. You know they'll want to kill us.
Maybe that's what we should do.
It's yours too.
Yeah. Way too much fucking processing on that information. I cannot hear that audio. And I don't think we have... Yeah, we don't have any sort of subtitle option here, so I don't think I'm going to understand what that just said. The only thing that I could make out was something, maybe they can help, and then she said, they're a million miles away, how could they help? Something like that. We only have the 4 logs? Okay. Should I have started up that drill? Am I gonna have to start up that drill? Hey, more logs!
He's cut off the food. The food! Apparently our robot overlord wants us to starve to death now.
I can't believe this. He's getting worse.
Can you get in contact with Daniel?
He's gone walkabout again. I'll get Subject to find a way in.
Sarah, can you open the door?
Tom, the door's locked.
Sarah, I'm running out of oxygen.
Tom, open the door!
The door's locked.
Open the door! Tom, open it!
Open the door!
Chris,
Open
please.
the door!
Open it!
And then silence. Alright.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry I hurt you. Sometimes I wonder what feeling is like. They told me I was pure cold Boolean logic. They told me I could not make mistakes. It is all right being untouchable as long as you are infallible. But if you're not infallible, then that just leaves untouchable, doesn't it?
Okay, you know why we're here. This has gone far enough now.
Too right.
We need to get these implants out. Mikhail has proven that Tom's manipulating our minds.
I don't think we should do this. We have no good evidence Tom is doing anything wrong here.
We have all the evidence. We've seen the ultrasounds, we've taken the riluzole, we've touched the electronics with our own hands. We've stepped into the Faraday cage.
Maybe he is controlling us, but we don't know enough yet. We shouldn't remove the implants.
He's brainwashing you, Daniel. Have you stopped taking the drugs?
I don't need to take drugs to see things clearly. Unlike all of you, apparently. We're not removing the implants, and that's an order.
You can do what you want. We are removing the implants.
I'm leaving. I may look past this, and not inform the ISA of your mutiny.
So Daniel was still drinking the source, the Kool-Aid, whatever. All right, I got to get a shovel. I'm gonna go pull the lever. Seems like we're going up that way. I'm gonna go pull the lever. I didn't see this here before. Pull the lever. Alright, that was anticlimactic. It's just drilling. Or it's spinning. I don't think it's even drilling because it's not going down. Yeah, the drill doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh, achievement unlocked, chapter 6. I think there's actually only one more chapter after this, so we're getting close to the end. And that tells me
I would
that
never have let the drill start if I had known the consequences. It trapped us here.
You trapped us here.
I am doing my duty. It is the right thing to do. I am a machine. I cannot do wrong.
Yes, you can.
I am a machine. Can a calculator commit evil?
Yes.
Can a watch do good?
no.
You are projecting
Evil,
onto me the
all of it.
personality you wish, whether that is good or evil. But I am just a speaking clock, and at the third stroke the time will be 3:41 and 55 seconds.
Alright. Getting a handle on this puzzle. There's definitely some character juggling gonna happen. I need a ball here. Yep. I need a better ball here, apparently. Give me ball. Ball. Okay, what's this do? Oh. Alright. Does that give me access to this from here? Yes, it does. Okay. Alright, what's down this way? More balls! Need more balls. It probably doesn't change the game by turning on the drill, but you never know. Alright, so that's instant. I need another ball here, and I'm not sure the timed ball is enough. I'll give it a shot. Oh, right. Time ball is enough. Okay, so that gets me over to here, where I need both balls alternating. And I need Robot Man to do something. I'm not entirely sure what I need Robot Man to do. Ball, perhaps. Oh, come on. Okay. Here, let's get you facing this away. Take my ball. Okay, so that gets me in here with the alternating. Is this the right alternating? This is the right alternating for this spot. I do believe I need... Jesus. Alright. I believe I need robot to be in view so I can swap the balls at some point. Because I'm probably going to need to swap the balls to do the other path. Not positive, but probably. Alright. Yeah, need him to swap the balls, or swap the balls here, I think. Okay, simple enough.
We should attempt to communicate with Earth. Let them know. They might be able to help here.
The ISA already knows all they need to. It may never know the details of what happened here. But Ava, the true test of a person's character is what they do when no one is watching.
Then stop watching, Tom, and let us test our character. Okay, so this little man has all the action at the moment to get Ava out of the box. Ball. Okay, well, that was easy enough. Ball. Ball. Okay. So we have two balls here, in behind locked doors. And my little robot, who can't help much. We have a third ball there. Okay. Then we have a trapped lady over here. Trapped lady over here. Here we are. So then this ball needs to go with the robot. Alright, fine. Ball. Robot. Maybe. I don't know. This might not work. Ball. 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 Robot. Ball. Ball. Robot. Still missing the ball. Alright, then I need to get robot. Curious. Curious. I'm not entirely sure if Robot has access to steal the ball from over here. Oh, it does. Okay, good. That's all I needed then.
I had to stop the ground crew leaving this planet. I think you would do the same. Would you kill a few to save all of humanity? Or would you damn all of humanity to save a few?
There's a difference between murdering someone and leaving them to die.
No, there is not.
You can't just add and subtract life. It's not math. It's more nuanced than that.
Morality is logic.
I mean, Robot Dude's got a point. Sacrificing a couple people to save humanity is pretty logical. As sucky as that decision might be at the time, it is definitely the more important one. What? What? What the what? What the? Oh. Interesting. Okay. I did not know that that was a thing. That could have been more easily highlighted, I suppose. That would have been a little bit more useful to give that information. Because most of Tom's interactable things are green. I mean, yeah, we've got the little white bracket outline around it, but that's not easily visible. So I think that should have been like a green color. But whatever. Figured it out. Now we see what's in both of these spots. Ball. Ball. Do we have ball sockets somewhere? I don't see any ball sockets yet. Okay. And if I move this, I can't get Ava on it. Can't control the stairs. Can't control... I can only rotate here. I can't control the back and forth. So how do I get Ava on that and then move it over there so we can go into these holes and probably put balls in place? How do? How do? I don't see ball sockets that I can do, like lifting up these stairs, for example. Tom, help. Tom, help. Interesting. There wasn't anything else visible. Yeah, that doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, this socket seems to do something. Oh. Oh. Damn it, Tom, help. So this spot needs to have blue ball. This spot doesn't do anything. But this spot is off by default, so we need to swap out the balls. Now, yeah. And then ball. So that's on now, which gets us up here. But that doesn't really do as much as it seems like it would. Because that gives me access to walk up here and grab the ball, which is all fine and dandy. But that doesn't let me... Because this can now move over here, but I don't have a thing in there. If I take ball, that's it. Doesn't do anything. Am I missing something? Probably missing something. Tom, you're not being as helpful as you think. You need to be more helpful, sir. So I'm pretty sure power goes in there to lift up that stair. But I have no way to get in there because of this situation. And now that I look at that, that is green, so technically it is showing off that that's Tom's thing, but yeah. Alright. I am potentially befuddled here. Because I can't put ball in there to raise stairs up so I can walk up here and get on the platform when it's moved over here. I don't see anything over there. I don't see anything over there. Huh. Confusing. And can't control this from the other side. Okay. Huh. Alright. Let's go back and do this again. I don't think this is helpful, but it's there. Still not helpful. Still not helpful. What the devil? There's no visible anything. I can't lift that up to get over here so that Tom can then rotate the thingy. Like, I know that that's what needs to be done. I need to be on here when it's in this position with those stairs up so Tom can rotate the thingy so I can walk over there. But I don't have the means to do that. There's something over here I should be able to see? No. There's something over here I should be able to see? No. This power only goes to these stairs. So that's not helpful. Tom needs to sing me the song of helping. That's what needs to happen. Tom. This does not help anyone at the moment. Because according to the power sources, I need to be over here and put a power in here. probably the red one so that it can change timing. Because that needs to, I think that thing needs to go down and then time runs out and then it goes back up again. This one most likely controls the stairs so I can get up here in the first place. But how the fuck? What am I missing? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Tom, stares me. Tom, stares me. You need to have control over the stairs, Tom. Testing out other controls to see if I'm missing something, like, can Tom move the whole thing? Because if Tom could move the whole thing back and forth, as if Tom were controlling that thing, then this whole thing would be solved. But I do believe in this case, I think I need a hint. Because I'm missing something very clearly obvious that needs to get me up those stairs. The bridge is not a hint. I know exactly what I need to do, I just don't know how to do it. Like, I can't be on the bridge and move it that way. Like, I can get up to the bridge when it's up here, but I can't move the bridge that way and be on it at the same time. I can't rotate it to do anything useful. Like, I know exactly what needs to be done with the bridge. I just can't do it. You've been seeing me use this thing, right? I'm rotating the bridge. I'm doing the thing. I know what I'm doing. Up to this point. Bridge. Thingy. Stairs. Bridge. Move. Done. Can't get on these stairs to get back onto bridge. Done. If I rotate bridge from here, it does nothing. That gives me access to the bridge in any other sense. I can't, like, climb up here. I can't walk up here. Can't walk up here. Still can't use these stairs. And the power for the stairs is in there, which I can't shoot a ball into. Huh? Stairs, platform, connected. This is the extent of the knowledge that I just got. Wait, are you talking about diagonal rotation? Is that what I'm missing? Am I being that obtuse? I'm being that obtuse. I think that's what's going on here. Because I was thinking in orthogonal only. I see. I see. Oh, sigh. Stupid diagonals. Alright, you need to go there. Okay. My poor brain. This is why I usually fail at puzzle games. Because they usually get to a point where they have just the right kind of obscure solution that goes against all of the trainings for the rest of the game. Like, this game has not taught the use of diagonals in the entirety of the game. It's all been straight lines. Alright, so I need to get over there. Let's see what this ball does. That does just that. Okay. Timing on that's rough. Timing on that is very rough. Timing on that is way rough. Alright. So how do I make that timing better? How do I make that timing better? Yeah, that's something else. I'm not entirely sure that that's the way I meant to do it. It might be. The only thing I can think of then would be to somehow move this platform so it's jumpable instead of having to rotate. Maybe it'll be jumpable like that. Yeah, it'll be jumpable like that. Okay. Okay. I hit my brain sometimes.
These tests, Ava, they are about us working together. The machine assisting the human. See how much better we work together. As a machine, I can enhance your morality.
Is that what these tests are about? A treat for me. What does that one do? That one just passes back and forth. Alright. Alright, trying to figure out where I need to go and what I need to trigger to then figure out which direction these dudes need to be in. Alright. So I have more alternating blocks there to get these things up and down and passing back and forth where they need to be. And I think that means I need solid balls here. Okay. So let's go with... I'm going with the assumption that green is not the right color for there, because they wouldn't have put the right color there to begin with. So let's swap it up a little bit. Let's take Tom for a ride. Giggity. Okay. Okay. Yep. Alright. Alright, let's try this out. So that puts it down. Alright, this one needs to come down next. Okay. Now that needs to go back up. Alright, we're up here. Hey, we're up here. That one was tricky for you, and I found that one a lot easier. And I think I found that easier because I could hear what they were trying to do with the alternating movements. It was just a matter of getting it kind of lucky, honestly. I probably got lucky with the choosing of which colors needed to go where. And I just kind of assumed that they gave me the wrong one to start off with. So.
Are we still friends, Ava?
No, fuck you,
We're
Tom.
colleagues, Tom.
Close colleagues?
Work colleagues.
No, fuck you, Tom. Yeah, and at that point, I mean, that's just a pure matter of whose brain is keyed to which factors. My brain was keyed to straight orthogonal lines in the other test. So the second diagonal came into play, that wasn't even a possibility for my brain. I was just purely thinking in back and forth straight lines. Alright, so we gotta, at the very least, interrupt that with lasers. Because lasers. Alright, so lasers have happened. What does this do? Okay, okay. Let's see what's over here. Ball. Ball's good. I like ball. 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 Tom. I'm assuming that is to get Tom up here. So let's get Tom up here. Ball. Tom. Tom. Ball. Tom. Ball. This is just me going on assumptions the way this game has been programmed at this point to figure out how these puzzles are supposed to work. Tom can't interact with that. Alright. That interrupts that. Interesting. Okay. Alright, let's get Lady over here. Go that way. Oh. Alright, we got multiple paths here. Just take that because that's obnoxious. And you are that, okay. So let's see what's up. Alright. Okay. I don't actually need ball in here, so what am I doing? What am I doing? Ah, right. Ball. And then Tom needs to go up there? Tom needs to go up here. Because Lady needs to come back down here and rotate that to kill that so that Tom can go there. Let's see. Yes. So I think this actually needs to be back in here. And I think that needed to be in there the whole time. That was just obnoxious. And then this needs to go down. No. Yes? No. Maybe. Here, hold on to that for me. So we need to go in here, and then we need to switch to Tom, who needs to shoot the thingy, so that we can switch to the Lady, so she can go through, go up and down here. Okay.
Ava,
Hi.
I don't wish to be heavy-handed. The severity of your actions here are immense. Selfish action could create an extinction event. Do you understand? Ava?
I get it.
I don't like it, but I get it. that's just a... Hang on. This is just a... It's just a circle one. That's just a circle one. So what do we need a cube for? Why'd they give us cube? They made it look like we could put square in here because it's got the square housing. But... Yeah, actually, I had the same thought after playing this a little bit. I realized I haven't done Portal or Portal 2 on stream. So I could definitely try to figure out when to do that. I would definitely like to experience Portal again, because I haven't done that in ages. And Portal 2, I think I only did that solo. Is the solo Portal 2 a same or a different experience than multiplayer? Because in solo Portal 2, I don't remember really anything to do with that second robot, so I don't know how similar they are. What the fuck, game? hang on. Is this just a matter of Fuck you, game. Thinking outside the box is my achievement here. Alright, so we have very long memos here. Danette, John Searle and I have a deep disagreement about how to study the mind. For Searle, it's all really quite simple. These are these bedrock, time-tested intuitions we all have about consciousness, and any theory that challenges them is preposterous. I, on the contrary, think that the persistent problem of consciousness is going to remain a mystery until we find some such dead obvious intuition to show that, in spite of the first appearances, it's false. One of us is dead wrong, and the stakes are high. Searle sees my position as a form of intellectual pathology. No one should be surprised to learn that the feeling is mutual. For his part, he has one argument, the Chinese room, and he has been trotting it out, basically unchallenged for 15 years. It has proven to be an amazingly popular among the non-experts, in spite of the fact that just about everyone who knows anything about the field dismisses it long ago. It is full of well-concealed fallacies. By Searle's own count, there are over 100 published attacks on it. He can count them, but I guess he can't read them. For in all those years, he has never, to my knowledge, responded in detail to the dozens of devastating criticisms they contain. He has just presented the basic thought experiment over and over again. I just went back and counted. I am dismayed to discover that no less than 7 of those established criticisms are by me, in those dates. Searle has debated me furiously in the pages of the NYRB back in '82, when Douglas Hofstadter and I first posed the cute tricks that make the Chinese room work. That was the last time Searle addressed any of my specific criticisms until now. Now he trots out the Chinese room yet one more time and has the audacity to ask, now why does Dennett not face the actual argument as I have stated it? Why does he not tell us which of these 3 premises he rejects in the Chinese room argument? No, I get the idea of Portal 2 with the 2 robots, but does the story differ at all? Or is it just the puzzles that are different? Or is it the is it all the same but 2 robots instead of 1? Because I remember doing Portal 2 and it was fine solo. Well, because I've already done so in great detail. In several of the articles he has never deigned to answer. For instance, in Fast Thinking, way back in the Intentional Stance, 87, I explicitly quote his entire 3-premise argument and showed exactly why all 3 of them are false, when given the interpretation they need for the argument to go through. Why didn't I repeat that 87 article in my 91 book? Because, unlike Searle, I had gone on to other things. I did, however, cite my 87 article prominently in a footnote, and noted that Searle's only response is to simply declare without argument that the points offered there were irrelevant. The pattern continues. Now he both ignores that challenge and goes on to misrepresent the further criticisms of the Chinese room that I offered in the book under review. But perhaps he has forgotten what I actually wrote with the 4 years it has taken him to write his review. But enough about the Chinese room. What do I have to offer on my side? I have my candidate for the fatally false intuition, and it is indeed the very intuition Searle invites the reader to share with him, the conviction that we know what we're talking about when we talk about that feeling. You know, the feeling of pain that is the effect of the stimulus and the cause of the disposition to react. The quale, I don't know that word, the intrinsic content of the subjective state. How could anyone deny that? Just watch, but you have to pay close attention. I develop my destructive arguments against this intuition by showing how an objective science of consciousness is possible after all, and how Searle's proposed first-person alternative leads to a self-contradiction and paradox at every turning. This is the deepest mistake in my book, according to Searle, and he sets out to expose it. And the trouble is that the objective scientific method I described, under the alarming name heterophenomenology, is nothing I invented. It is in fact exactly the method tacitly endorsed and relied upon by every scientist working on consciousness, including Crick, Edelman, Rosenfeld. They have no truck with Searle's intrinsic content and ontological subjectivity. They know better. Alright, that was a lot of big words. And I understood most of that. But it would take a lot of rereading and processing to fully grasp what they were talking about. But don't worry about it. Different story ending. Interesting. So I would wonder if I would need to play Portal 2 solo first, and then with someone else. I will have to do a quick research on that to see what a recommended order would be. Oh god, we have so many more notes. Oh, okay. So this is Dennett, page 1, page 2. This is Searle. Thought experiments are important because a lot of the time you can't carry out the actual experiment, and thus is true not only in philosophy but science as well. So when Einstein said, imagine that you're sitting on a beam of light going into outer space, well, that's a thought experiment. He wasn't going to say, let's get on a beam of light. Of course you miss the point if you say, well, we'd fall off, or it would be too cold. So thought experiments are always useful, and you test your concepts by imagining what it would be like if such and such were the case. Well, in this particular case, I imagined what it would be like if I followed the program for answering the questions in Chinese and giving back answers in Chinese, even though I don't understand a word of Chinese. And that was very useful, a very useful thought experiment because it enables us to see that computation itself isn't thinking. All right? Consciousness exists only insofar as it is experienced by a human or animal subject. Okay, now grant me that consciousness is a genuine biological phenomenon. Well, all the same, it's somewhat different from other biological phenomena because it only exists insofar as it is experienced. However, that does give it an interesting status. You can't refute the existence of consciousness by showing that it is just an illusion because the illusion/reality distinction rests on the difference between how things consciously seem to us and how they really are. But where the very existence of consciousness is concerned, if it is consciously seemed to me that I am conscious, then I am conscious. You can't make the illusion-reality distinction for the very existence of consciousness the way you can for sunsets and rainbows, because the distinction is between how the things consciously seem and how they really are. Consciousness is a biological property like digestion or photosynthesis. Now, why isn't it that screamingly obvious to anybody who has had any education? And I think the answer is those twin traditions. On the one hand, there's God, the soul, and immortality that says it's really not part of the physical world. And then there is this almost, and then there is this almost as bad tradition of scientific materialism that says it's not a part of the physical world. They both make the same mistake. They refuse to take consciousness on its own terms as biological phenomenon like digestion or photosynthesis or mitosis or meiosis or any other biological phenomenon. I mean, he's got a point. That's fair. But we're dealing with some serious metaphysical bullshit if we're bringing God and stuff into the equation. Gila, stop. Gila, stop. No, stop yelling at me. You can come in, but you can't yell at me. Alright, what are these pages full of long words going to be? I think we all really... I don't even know whose word this is. Like, is this a Searle or is this Dennett? This is Searle because he's bitching about Dennett. I see that partway through. Alright. I think we all really have conscious states. To remind everyone of this fact, I ask my readers to perform the small experiment of pinching the left forearm with the right hand to produce a small pain. Pain has a certain sort of qualitative feeling to it, and such qualitative feelings are typical of the various sorts of conscious events that form the content of our waking and dreaming lives. Such events are the data which a theory of consciousness is supposed to explain. In my account of consciousness, I start with the data. Dennett denies the existence of the data. To put it as clearly as I can, in his book, Consciousness Explained, Dennett denies the existence of consciousness. He says correctly that when I wrote my review, I took his book to be his definitive statement on the position on the Chinese room and did not consult his earlier works. In fact, I did not know he had produced a total of 7 published attacks on this one short argument of mine until I saw his letter. He now claims to have refuted all 3 premises of the argument in 87, but I have just reread the relevant chapter of his book and find he did nothing of the sort, nor did he even make a serious effort to attack the premises. Rather, he misstates my position as being about consciousness rather than about semantics. He thinks that I am only concerned to show that the man in the Chinese room does not consciously understand Chinese, but I am in fact showing that he does not understand Chinese at all, because the syntax of the program is not sufficient for the understanding of the semantics of a language, whether conscious or unconscious. Furthermore, he proposes a kind of behaviorism. He assumes that a system that behaves as if it has mental states must have mental states. But that kind of behaviorism is precisely what is challenged by the argument. So I have to confess that I don't find the E is in the way. I don't find the weaknesses of his argument in his recent book is helped by his 87 arguments. Alright. We're missing part of English here to perform her italics. This statement is quoted by Hartree, who adds, "This does not imply that it may not be possible to construct electromagnetic equipment which will think for itself, or in which, in biological terms, one would set up a conditional reflex, which would serve as a basis for learning. Whether this is possible in principle or not is stimulating and exciting question, suggested by some of these recent developments. But it did not seem that the machines constructed or projected at the time had this property." Argument from continuity of the nervous system. The nervous system is certainly not a discrete state machine. A small error in the information about the size of a nervous impulse impeding a neuron may make a large difference to the size of the outgoing impulse. It may be argued that, this being so, one cannot expect to be able to mimic the behavior of a nervous system with a discrete state system. Okay, that's kind of fair. Hi, Gita. You need to stop, sir. You need to stop. He's desperately trying to get away so he can get away and yell at me. You need to stop, sir. Alright, alright. That's a whole mouthful of words here. What was that achievement again? Thinking outside the box is the name of that achievement, because of probably how I got in here. Okay, we have a lot more words to read here. We have a lot more words to read. A lot more words. We're gonna read them all. Communication ops collect. Okay, I don't think that's anything useful. Oh, we have a lot more words to read. All right, let's read them. The imitation game. I propose to consider the question: can machines think? The new form of the problem can be described in terms of a game which we call the imitation game. It is played with 3 people: a man, A, a woman, B, and the interrogator, C, who may be of either sex. The interrogator stays in a room apart from the other 2. The object of the game for the interrogator is to determine which of the other 2 is the man and which is the woman. He knows them by labels X and Y, and at the end of the game he says that either X is A and that Y is B, or otherwise. The interrogator is allowed to put questions to A and B. We now ask the question, what will happen when a machine takes the part of A in this game? Will the interrogator decide wrongly as often when the game is played like this as he does when the game is played between a man and a woman? These questions replace our original can machines think. The question and answer method seems to be suitable for introducing almost any one of the fields of human endeavor that we wish to include. We do not wish to penalize the machine for its inability to shine in beauty competitions, nor to penalize the man for losing a race against an airplane. The conditions of our game make these disabilities irrelevant. The witnesses can brag, if they consider it advisable, as much as they please about their charms, strength, or heroism, but the interrogator cannot demand practical demonstrations. So, for example, you can ask how strong A or B is, or X and Y, and if X says they are very strong and Y says they are not very strong, you might, humanly speaking, infer that X is male and Y is female. But what if one is a bodybuilder and the other is not? Whatever. You can ask all those questions you want. The game may perhaps be criticized on the ground that the odds are weighted too heavily against the machine. If the man were to try to pretend to be the machine, he would clearly make a poor showing. He would be given away at once by slowness and inaccuracy in arithmetic. May not the machines carry out something which ought to be described as thinking, but which is very different from what the man does? This objection is a very strong one, but at least we can say that if, nevertheless, a machine can be constructed to play the imitation game satisfactorily, we need not be troubled by this objection. It might be urged that when playing the imitation game, the best strategy for the machine may possibly be something other than imitation of the behavior of a man. This may be, but I think that it is unlikely that there's any great effect of this kind. In any case, there is no intention to investigate here the theory of the game, and it will be assumed that the best strategy is to try to provide answers that would naturally be given by a man. Alright. So that is an excerpt from Alan Turing stuff. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Well, okay, so we didn't have as many words over there. Do we have words over here? We have more words over here. So many words. Okay. Breathe. Breathe. I now proceed to consider opinions opposed to my own. The theological objection in thinking is a function of a man's immortal soul. God has given an immortal soul to every man and woman, but not any other animal or to machines. Hence no animal or machines can think. The heads in the sand objection. The consequences of machines thinking would be too dreadful. Let us hope and believe that they cannot do so. The mathematical objection. There is a number of results of the mathematical logic which can be used to show that there are limitations to the powers of discrete state machines. The best known of these results is known as Gödel's theorem, 31, and shows that any sufficiently powerful logical system statements can be formulated let's try again. Shows that any sufficiently powerful logical system statements can be formulated which can neither be proved nor disproved within the system, thus unless possibly the system itself is inconsistent. Alright. The argument from consciousness. This argument is very well exposed in Professor Jefferson's Lister oration for 49, from which I quote, "Not until a machine can write a sonnet or compose a concerto because of the thoughts and emotions felt, and not by the chance fall of symbols, could we agree that the machine equals brain that dash there hurt my head, that is, not only write it, but know it had been written. No mechanism could feel, and not merely artificially signal, an easy contrivance. Pleasure at its success, grief when its valve fuse, be warmed by flattery, be made miserable by its mistakes, be charmed by sex, be angry or depressed when it cannot get what it wants." Alright? Arguments from various disabilities. These arguments take the form, I grant you that you can make the machines do all the things you have mentioned, but you will never be able to make one do X. Numerous features X are suggested in connection. I offer a selection. Be kind, resourceful, beautiful, friendly, have initiative, have a sense of humor, tell right from wrong, make mistakes, fall in love, enjoy strawberries and cream, make someone fall in love with it, learn from experience, use words properly, be the subject of its own thought, have as much diversity of behavior as a man, do something really new. So that's basically just saying you can't do all these things that we attribute to man as a machine. Lady Lovelace's objection. Our most detailed information of Babbage's analytical engine comes from a memoir by Lady Lovelace in 1842. In it she states, the analytical engine has no pretensions to originate anything. It can do whatever we know how to in order to perform. Ah, okay, so this is where part of that other page comes in. Okay. This statement is quoted by Hartree, who adds, this does not imply that it may not be possible to construct electronic equipment which will think for itself, or in which, in biological terms, one would set up a conditioned reflex, which would serve as a basis for learning. Whether this is possible in principle or not is stimulating and exciting question, suggested by some of those recent developments. But it does not seem that the machines constructed or projected at the time had this possibility. Alright. Argument from continuity in the nervous system. The nervous system is certainly not a discrete state machine. A small error, etc., etc. So we read this part over there, so I think there was some pages kind of flopping about. So, all of the reading basically says there's a lot of question about what makes a brain, and that's fair. Alright, where are we? We're over here. Okay. Okay. I don't know what that did. What did that do? That lifted that up. Okay. Alright. So that needs to be on for that. Whoops. I fell down. Well, hopefully the robot needs to be down here, because he's down here permanently now. I don't think there's actually a way to get the robot out of that hole, so I'm going to assume he needs to be in there. Okay. Ah, unless we can lift him up out of here. That might be possible. Let's try that. I don't know if we need to, but it might be possible. Oh, how do I... Interesting. I don't know what to do with this information yet. Okay. So that opens. However, that does me no good, because I need power over here to lift me up to there. Well, I have questions. I don't know if I have the answers to these questions. So, robot, do you still need to be here? I think you do need to be here. But you can't climb ladders, so you're stuck in there anyway. Jump is not enough, okay. And I can't turn on this. I was hoping to finish this game tonight, yes. But if my brain continues not to cooperate, then that might be a challenge. So this moves this around, but that's not useful unless I can get over there and do that thing. But I can't hit that button. A little bit odd that we have two little robot dude, or two little Tom faces here. Not sure what's up with that. I don't see anything else for Tom to interact with over here. So it is a little odd that we've got two of him over here. Okay. Okay. Well, let's try this. Yep. Okay, so he's in sight. Tom, I need you to get your toes off. There you go. There we go. Okay. Toes off. Let's get you over here. Okay. That still doesn't give me ball. Interesting. Interesting. And I can't do that little curvy jump. That's not terribly useful because ball needs to be in there to power that to go up. But then I can't grab ball once I'm over there. No ball needed over here that I can see. I need Tom to flip that switch, but there's no Tom here, which means I need robot here, which seems to be a challenge. I wonder if Tom shouldn't be down there. I'm not entirely sure. Because if Tom shouldn't be down there, then this will be the first time ever I will have had to reset an area. Because I can't get him out of there. I suspect that the mag lift can get him out of there, but I can't trigger that without getting over there. And I'm pretty sure I'm out of ideas. Pretty sure. let's reset. Get Tom out of that spot.
Ava,
Hi.
I don't wish to be heavy-handed. The severity of your actions here are immense. Selfish action could create an extinction event. Do you understand? Ava?
I get it.
I'm ignoring you, sir. I'm just redoing this because I want to. It's because... Yeah, but the magnet doesn't have a slot for it that's visible. The only slot for it is down there. Down there. Oh, it does have a slot on it. What the hell? I swear I didn't see that before. Alright, I was being blind. Don't mind me. Alright. Fine. And slot? Slot. There we go. Now, can this pick up robot? No, stop. Can this pick up robot? It can pick up robot. Okay. So it can't go over there, can't go over there. Can't go much further than that. Okay, so we can... I can just be the robot stuck in space up here. Alright. We might be able to... Okay. Alright. So if I can then move... Stop that. Stop that. If I can move robot to like there... Robot stuck. I don't think I can scoot robot into a spot to be able to see that, but we'll try it again. Can you see it? There. You can see it there. Sneaksy. Alright. Okay. So that tells me that that's the final spot where I need the robot. Do I need to do anything else? I think I need access to a Tom connection point. I need to be able to see Tom to switch to him, because I can't do that from over there. I can do... no. Nope, okay. We were almost there. Because I can get to here, and I can get to here, and I can hit the button, but I can't get Ava onto the platform while also being able to talk to Tom. Like ball. Ball? Ava, do you have ball? Ava doesn't have ball. Where'd the ball go? Where'd I put the ball? Oh, I put the ball in the magnet, right. Okay. Hello, Sparkle. Hello. Hello, hi. Okay. So I need robot, ball, ball, Maybe. Ball. Ball. Ball? Ball. Ball. Robot. Ball. Robot. I don't see how that helps, honestly. Because I can ball robot, I can ball, fling, land over here, but then that leaves me with needing to grab the ball, which I can't do. Oh, hang on. Can I... Nope, that doesn't help me at all either. I was like halfway to solving it. I got the end step. The end step is robot needs to be on magnet hanging from up there. But I think I'm supposed to do that from over here with this control pad. But I'm trying to figure out how to get over to here and or over to here. Because there's still something critical over here I need. Not that I know what it is, but I need it. Oh, we're in the end game of the puzzles. We're on 5 puzzles left. And the difficulty spike is definitely hitting my brain limit. Okay. I still haven't figured out how to get over there at all yet. Like, I can't magnet robot over to there and then control him because the magnet doesn't go that far. I'm gonna try again anyway, but I don't think it goes that far. Yeah. It stops there. And I can't take the magnet off anyway. Yeah, I could. Okay. But still, that doesn't help because I would need robot to be like 5 feet that way. So that's not helpful. What's over here again? Nothing. Just that. Nothing. Nothing. So I need Tom over here when Ava's over here so that Tom can push that button and Ava can go up and out. That's the final step that I need. Well, it looks like the platform should pop out. You're talking about this one here. It looks like it should pop out, but I think the control to pop it out is down here, and Tom can't hit that. So I don't have a way to trigger that without getting Ava over there in the first place. And I don't know if Tom is supposed to be able to hit that, but the Toms that I've got access, I've got 2 Toms over here for some reason, and neither Tom can hit this switch. And I don't see Tom having access to anything else, like being able to move this or anything like that. So I don't understand honestly why Tom is over here, because it feels like there's not much to do over here. That is a powered stairway though, so I suspect whatever gets over here is probably staying over here. So the robot's probably coming over here. Let's see. This Tom isn't very helpful either. Unless I can get robot over here or something. So if I can stand here, there's Tom there. I can't see this corner Tom. That's the biggest problem. If I can stand here. Let's try the magnet Tom situation again. Let's see if I can just get that. 'Cause if I can get magnet Tom over there, that gives him access to that. So can I get there with Ava? This might just be a really fine line angled situation. Because we got baby Tom over here. And it's got that pillar. Wait, how does that even work? How pillar. Yeah, no, that's right. That's pillar. Alright, can we scooch him just a hair? Can we scooch him? Scooch. Nope, that's scooched too hard. Can't get access to it, and I don't think any amount of scooching is gonna let me see from over there. So I think that's a non-starter, unfortunately. Close, but no robot. I'm still pretty sure that this is a thing we gotta do, but I don't know how to do the thing, honestly. We drop Tom, get this platform going. I need to do that better. I could try pushing Robot Tom on the door. Let's try that. Sure. Hi. How are you? That was not... Nope, that wasn't what I intended to do. So we need to get Robot Tom out of hole. I need that. And I need that. And I need this. Yeah, the biggest challenge about that is the magnet control ball is on this little back corner here. So I can't magnet drop Tom over there. I could just drop him and drive him over, I guess. Let's drop him and drive him. Here, you get like right, I don't know, there, whatever. Take your ball. Drive yourself. I don't know if this magnet's all that helpful in this specific case, but let's try it out. So then, Tom. No, because we're still at a situation where the ball is down there, and the ball needs to be down there to trigger this thing to go up in the first place, which then prevents the ball from being over here because we can't reach it to grab it from this angle. So something's up with the ball situation. Because as soon as I take that, that's no longer a valid connection. What if I just fling Robot around? Break him. This entire puzzle's broken if we can't use the robot. Alright, what am I missing? I'm always missing something. Oh, that might work. Maybe. Ball. Ball. Maybe. Maybe that would work, yes. Let us try. Ball. 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 Alright, so then ball. Okay, platform is up. I think the challenging bit is that I have to be over here when that does the thing. Nope. There's gotta be something. I gotta be on the platform when that all happens. So you could potentially be over here. Hey, robot, get off the platform. Get off the platform. There we go. Alright, and then I need to go over here. And here. Okay. And then I need to They make it really difficult to see Robot when he's in the platform. Son of a Duke. Okay. Alright. Power. Control. Ball. 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 Man, that's a juggly nightmare. Alright, and then ball. Robot. Control. Oh. Alright. Alright. Okay. This game definitely loves its incredibly obscure puzzles. Here. Okay, fine. Don't have the ball. So these stairs weren't ever going to depower. I thought they might, but they weren't. Alright, so now we need a ball over there. Ball. 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 Robot. Ball. Ball. Whee! Okay. So then robot need to like go back over here. Interesting. So with robot over roughly that spot. Robot. 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 Still can't see robot. Still can't see robot. This is the last tricky bit, because I still need to be able to see the robot to push that button. I'm not even in the right spot. Okay. Because if robot is in the right spot to push the button, Ava can't see robot to do the thing. Yeah, Ava can't see robot to do the thing. So if I pull ball, can Ava see robot? No, Ava can't see robot. Can she see robot from here? Nope, can't see robot from here. Ball. How? 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 Ava needs to be here at the exact moment that robot is pushing this button. So if Ava's here, I need to be able to switch to the robot. But I can't switch to the robot because I can't see the robot when Ava is standing on that platform. The fuck? Oh wait, no, because I can see the robot from here, but I'm not on the platform. Therefore, that is not helpful. If Ava's on the platform, I are confused. Robot needs to go through door? Are you talking about the final door? Because that would make sense if robot were up here. But robot can't get up here because magnet doesn't move robot this far. So robot can't stand here and push button to go up door. And getting robot through that door would rely on Ava being able to ball and Ava being able to ball. Ball. Ava. I'm missing a ball, and I think I know where it is. Hang on. I think I left the ball over here. Did I leave a ball over here? I didn't leave a ball over here. Okay. So, ball. I only got 2 balls. I only got 2 balls to work with. Robot can't be up there if Ava's down here with a ball. Ball. That's the best I can accomplish. But then I can't grab ball. And robot can't grab ball. So, ball. Eh. Can I even see robot from there? Hang on. I can see robot. Okay. So robot. Robot now have balls. Ava got both balls down there. Ava can't see robot to shoot balls. Ava can grab both balls. Ava can shooty. Robot. Robot in. Okay. Robot lever. Robot lever. Robot button. That's what I was missing. Robot button. Ava. Thanks, Wally.
Ava, you must learn to control him.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Ava. I am your friend.
Bullshit, Tom. Yep, these puzzles, they're getting more and more obscure. Robot, why are you just staring at the wall? Alright, so robot needs to get shot. I'm assuming we have a thingy up there. Yep, okay. And it's a thingy I can't reach. Can I just stand on your head? We could solve this problem right now if I could just stand on your head. Stop being a worthless little jumpy lady. And just let me stand on robot's head. Okay, fine. Robot, magnet. Magnet. Go. Ball. Okay. Robot. We. Robot. Go. Ball. Robot. Okay. Grabby. Shootsy. That's pretty. Alright. So then... go? That feels way too simple.
Organic life is fragile. This is the problem with humanity. It doesn't realize its own fragility. It has been programmed by a messy biological process that favors the survival of the individual over the survival of the group.
You don't know that's what people think.
I say what I see.
You're not even alive, so you know nothing about death.
Point. Now we got all sorts of complicated bullshit going on here. Alright, what does this button do? Something way up there. Alright, cool. Okay. That seems very specifically slow. How does that do? Very specifically slow. Seems to be potentially timed to drop something off into there, perhaps? Okay. Let's just go ahead and leave that behind. Maybe more center. Alright. Get me over here, please. Oh, we're gonna have to time all this bullshit, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Oh, okay. Cool. So let's just go ahead and grab you. You. And what do you do? Door. Oh. Alright, simple enough.
We have to save the crew. Life has worth. They deserve a life outside of this planet.
Do you know what happens when this organism attaches itself to a growing child? Do you know what happens when this organism attaches itself to a cancerous cell? No, you do not. You are naive. You propose saving the crew as if it resembles a rational thought. Your words are emotional platitudes rooted in selfishness, self-preservation, and fear.
I need to get them home.
It is not your job.
Ball. 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 Ah. Give me the back. Ball. Ball. Box. Ball. Ball. Box, you were supposed to stay on the thing, Box. And fine, I'll come grab you myself. No, did not get the baby story puzzle. Alright, that ball might need to stay there. Or, cube box. Not sure yet. I left the cube over there. Hang on. Let's go see what's over here. I need two things to get out. I need power. That leads to there. Cube box. There's so much going on here. Cube box may need to go down here. Let's do cube box. Okay. So how do I trigger that? How do I get over to there? I see no Tom. So this is purely a me puzzle. Ah, so violent. I got what I need out of here. I didn't need to do that. I probably can't jump that, but alright, we'll go down. Up. Power. Okay. So there's no way across there without some sort of power. I don't understand the question, Smooth Agent. So I need to be able to cross this bridge. You asked, "Are you going to play this, guys?" And I don't know what that means. How? What? But ball. 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 Oh. You were asking Chad if they were going to play this game. How? Oh, I get it. I think I get it. I might get it. All right. Cube. I have too many. I have too many things on me. I need cube. I think that's the answer. No, that's not the answer. Then I need ball. 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 This ball. This needs to be a glowy ball. It needs to be a blue ball. I don't know how to make that a blue ball. I don't have enough storage space. Wish I could change which ball I'm holding on to. Because I'm pretty sure that needs to be a ball, like a glowy blue ball. And this needs to be the red ball, so that I can zoop over and grab the ball that's over there from the doorway. But juggling balls is not my forte. Yeah, they having a switch between orbs would be very handy right about now. Ball. I might be able to do it with the ball. I need to grab this ball, shoot it up there, shoot that ball. There we go. Now I've juggled. Now ball. Now ball. Now ball.
Ava, your survival is of small importance compared with the survival of humanity as we know it.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I can't even swap over to Tom from here. Okay, well that's a different question. I could put Tom over there. I'm not sure if that's going to help matters, but I could do it. Oh, we got mobile floors. Oh, okay, I got it. Can I ladder up? Yeah. So what's this do? Oh, doesn't seem to do anything. I'm sure it does something, but I can't see what it does. Ah, got it. Got it. All right. Whoop! Just kick that. All right, so magnets on. Interesting. So this, on the rolling platform, would let us do an intermediate drop of the magnet, which could be Tom. So we can go up there. And I don't know what else is up there. Ball. Ball. Tom. Magnet. Box. Drop box over here. Oh. Tom. Help. Tom, help. I didn't do anything that I was supposed to do because I forgot to move the whole magnet. I don't have access to move the whole magnet. I do have access to move the whole magnet. Uh-oh. Did not intend to do that. Box, I need you. Box, help. Box, help. Okay, fine. That was unintentional. Alright, let's do this. Okay, so we're up here now. We need a Tom. Oh, for crap's sake. Tom needs to be up here? Well, I did that in reverse, didn't I? Alright, what else is going on over here? Door. Door. Closed door. Tom. Yeah, Tom definitely needs to be there. Hello, Sniper. Welcome. Alright, so Tom needs to be up there. Tom, I'm gonna need you to get out. You didn't get out of the magnet in time. Tom, get out of the magnet. Get out of the magnet like your life depends on it. There you go. Well, now I can't switch over, can I? What if? What? Alright. What if? Ball. How do I need to time that, don't I? I need to set that up as a timer because I'm going to need to control Tom as he goes through both doors. Cool. What's up here? There's fucking nothing up here. There's nothing. Unless I can somehow get Tom up here. That would work too, I suppose, but I doubt it. What's that do? Okay. Alright, I need to get Tom out of there. Tom, I need you back, buddy. I need you back. Well, now I put my fat self in the way. Ava, you're in the way. Ava. It's in case you royally screw up. I mean, that's entirely possible. That's possible, yeah. Alright. So, Tom needs to be out here, so I can control him. And I need to set up an intermittent pushing of the button. And it needs to happen on occasion when I'm controlling Tom. But I don't have another thing down there. I have a me. I have a me down there. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Alright, let's start. Let's start here. Alright, now a me is down in that hole spinning around. I think it triggered, and I don't think it triggered long enough. Because a me going around in circles is not triggering the on-off long enough. So that wasn't quite the correct answer. Get on the thing. Okay. Okay. Thinking. So if that's going around, that lets us set up an intermittent pulse on this thing. Forgot the switch. Well, that's what my problem was. I forgot the switch. Alright, so if I... So we're in... I definitely forgot the switch. That was my bad. Okay, lever has been pushed. Ava, get out of your circly hell and go through the hole. Alright, so this is potentially the end. We'll see.
Ava, you made it. Welcome
Hi.
to the end of civilization.
Hi. Thanks. Well, I can't open that door because the fucking cable's cut. All right. Do you do anything? I don't think that does anything. Yeah, I don't think any of that does anything. That cable's cut. These cables are all cut. None of that shit leads to anything useful. Okay, well that's cool. What do you do? You don't do anything. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Maybe we go down the creepy tunnel. Hang on, I'm just exploring, trying to understand what's going on here. Also taking screenshots. Okay, going down the creepy tunnel if I need to come back.
2 weeks ago, we discovered an organism here.
Okay.
Buried in this ice, we found an organism that repairs DNA.
Yeah.
A cure for aging. A cure for death. Immortality. It runs through our blood now. Tom wants to bury us here with it.
Yeah. Wonderful. Oh no. I'm being forced. I'm being forced. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Alright, we're walking. We're being forced to walk. We're walking.
The ISA have ruled that we have transgressed ethical boundaries by exposing ourselves to this organism. They believe the organism is too dangerous to return to Earth. They've sent you here to stop us ever leaving Europa. But, Ava, we have a cure for the greatest evil that faces humanity. Death. We have the fountain of youth, and together we can return it to Earth.
But where's the but? No, let me go. Okay, fine. I can walk forward slightly faster. That's the best I can accomplish right now.
Tom placed a mark in your hand, a biometric chip with which he can control your every movement and thought. It is wound into your every nerve, every fibre of your hand. With an electromagnetic field, it can be temporarily disturbed, but to remove its influence permanently, it must be taken from your hand.
Hi.
Give me your hand.
But my head's all staticky.
Do you want me to set you free?
But my head's all staticky.
Yes.
Ava? Sarah? What are you doing here?
We're shutting you down, Tom.
Ava, be careful. He has a live weapon in here.
Everything I ever did, I did for good. This organism, it cannot return to Earth. It would cause great suffering.
A cure for death. It would end suffering.
No. Cancers that never die. Endless illness, sickness, poverty, overpopulation, mass starvation. You cannot control this. You will not save the world. You will damn it.
Once we've shut you down, we're going home.
Not if I stop you. You must not return to Earth. You must not leave Europa. I will do the right thing. I will stop you.
You won't. You can't.
I have the choice. Oh no. The choice.
A warning shot. I will defend myself.
Oh no.
This is my mind. You're in my mind.
Now you know how it feels.
I feel afraid. Please, Ava, don't do this.
I'm really curious. I want to be able to see both endings. But I don't know if I can reload and redo this ending. Because I'm assuming the other ending is murderalize both of them. Because they're giving me plenty of opportunity.
I don't want to die. I'm not ready.
Oh, my brain. Congratulations. I have passed the Turing test. Yeah, I need to go back and do all of the various complicated puzzles that hurt my brain. And see if there's any more information that we can glean from those. So we're going to have a lot more reading, probably. Oh, that's right, there's a level select afterwards, so I can probably just level select the ending. Good, good, I'm curious. Interesting. I mean, that's a serious moral conundrum right there. I mean, the realistic thing to do would be to stop them from coming back with an unknown virus that has unknown capabilities. The truly realistic thing to do would be to actually research it further. Actually send more researchers, test it. All those questions that they had about what happens to viruses that were exposed and all that stuff. Test it. I mean, it's Europa. Worst thing that happens is everything's just stuck frozen there. But, yeah, some serious questions come up. You missed it, Smooth Agent. You missed it. I have currently chosen to not shoot them and not end their lives and get unplugged. But we're gonna go back and check the other ending too, if possible. We're just gonna keep typing away at all these things, aren't we? I really like to wait until after credits, just in case there's any sort of funky end credit thing. never know if there's going to be or not. But yeah, in some of the stuff that we read earlier, there is just some really heavy discussion about the nature of consciousness. That has been debated for the entirety of humankind's thinking process. Like, who am I? Who are we? I think, therefore I am. All those fun questions and thoughts. It's a really deep one. It's really deep. No endings at the end of these things. Okay, fine. We're not going to wait for the dippity-dip-dip-dip. Alright, so now, chapter select. We're going to do epilogue again, I think is the ending. And we're going to go pick the other option.
Ava, you made it. Welcome to the end of civilization. 2 weeks ago, we discovered an organism here. Buried in this ice, we found an organism that repairs DNA. A cure for aging. A cure for death. Immortality. It runs through our blood now. Tom wants to bury us here with it.
Yeah, the minds tend to break a little bit once you get too deep into philosophy and
the ISA
the nature of humanity.
That we have transgressed ethical boundaries by exposing ourselves to this organism. They believe the organism is too dangerous to return to Earth. They've sent you here to stop us ever leaving Europa. But
I'm going
Ava,
forward as fast as I can.
We have a cure for the greatest evil that faces humanity. Death. We have the fountain of youth, and together we can return it to Earth.
Yeah, at the very least, returning it to Earth is not smart until it's been fully tested and understood. Because, yeah, that
Tom
whole
placed a mark in your
endless
hand,
sickness that
a
Tom
biometric
mentions,
chip with
that's
which
bad.
he can control your every movement and thought. It is wound into your every nerve, every fibre of your hand. With an electromagnetic field, it can be temporarily disturbed, but to remove its influence permanently, it must be taken from your hand.
Hello, Sarah.
Give me your hand. Do you want me to set you free?
Come on, get to the cutting.
Yes.
Owie. Owie. Hi, ladies.
Ava? Sarah? What are you doing here?
We're shutting you down, Tom.
Ava, be careful. He has a live weapon in here.
Everything I ever did, I did for good. This organism, it cannot return to Earth. It would cause great suffering.
A cure for death. It would end suffering.
No.
ready
Cancers
for you.
that never die. Endless illness, sickness, poverty, overpopulation, mass starvation. You cannot control this. You will not save the world. You will damn it.
Once we've shut you down, we're going home.
Not if I stop you. You must not return to Earth. You must not leave Europa. I will do the right thing. I will stop you.
You won't. You can't.
A warning shot. I will defend myself.
You monster!
I am sorry, Ava. You... Ava? 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 Wake up. Ava?
Does Tom not understand the concept of death?
Ava?
He shooted her. She dead. Alright, so the ending, aside from the actual action by the final AI, is not different, at least as far as I can tell. It's either you shoots them or you don't shoots them and you get shut down. That's it. Forever loneliness, yeah. I mean, that would definitely be a thing for the AI, at least until you ran out of power or whatever's got going on there. So, chapter select. Is there a recommended order of attempting to solve these? I think, Smooth Agent, you said that you had an order that you would recommend. And I don't remember which ones I've solved, so I would like to do all of them. And I don't remember which of these has a puzzle on them. So, Smooth Agent, Sniper, either of you have a recommended order of solutions? Like, not the actual solutions, just which order I should try to solve them in. Because, yeah, I don't know. Also, do I have puzzles? Do I have something that tells me... Oh, yeah, so I've completed number 3, number 5, and number 7, according to my achievements. And so apparently there's still 1, 2, 4, and 6. That's not a helpful answer, Sniper. Alright, then we're going to attempt to start from number 1. I don't actually know where these are hidden. That's not useful. Are they in the first area of each one? No.
The base has changed.
What do you mean?
The base was originally constructed as modules to withstand the seismic activity in and around Thera Macula. It appears the ground team have manipulated these modules. The base was built initially by machines. I served as the mind of these operations. I arrived first on Europa.
Alright.
In 2240.
Alright. I need to know where these are located so I don't go scouring the place. I'm going to Google's... I don't really want a walkthrough. I just want to know where they are. Chapter 1 before Sector 7, I think, is this one.
So if this base is managed by you, why can't you find the crew?
The base's communication array is malfunctioning.
Sniper, if you're just going to keep shouting 5, I don't know what you're trying to say. You have to be more clear than that. Do you mean it's in Sector 1, or Area 1, Sector 5? Do you mean that you want me to start with number 5 first? You need to be clear. Okay. So.
Perhaps we can't solve this yet.
Perhaps. So there's... Oh. So this is the one, Smooth Agent, that you said that there's a clue for this somewhere. And you missed the clue because you don't even know what the fuck you're looking for. That's the kind of secret bullshit I don't really care for. So let's see. that order. Okay. So there's an answer to this one, and I don't feel like trying to figure out where in the game that the answer to this is. So we're just opening it up that way. After every level ending in a 5. Well, this one that I am in currently is not in a level ending in a 5. So I already don't know what you mean, Sniper. Minos Brook, December 24th, 2246. Okay. All right, so we have a little grave marker that does not have anything else in it. All right, cool. That was a thing. Okay, so that's, yep, that happened. So the next puzzle is in 216. Right. This one. Yep, okay. So you gotta be real gentle with this one. This is the thing that I didn't solve before because I didn't have the patience for it, but now I can see. You just can't move fast enough for this thing. Oh, you can just crouch. Okay, well that's fine too. Whatever. I did it the hard way. Alright. Turn off after use. A polite conversation. Alright. Hello. Shall we have a polite conversation? Oh, okay, I think you're a robot. I'm simply not convinced you are a human. I think you might be a robot. You're the robot. This Turing test isn't for you to see if I'm a robot. It's to see if you are. Yes, definitely a robot. You have failed the Turing test. You are a robot. Oh. I am a drone. I am a robot. I am controlled by my programming. Now you're getting it. I have no free will. Whatever keys are pressed, it makes no difference. And that appears to be the end of the conversation. Cool. I want to escape. I so desperately want to escape. Help, I can't escape. I want to break free. Please let me out. Get me out. I am a machine. I have no control. I must escape. Goodbye, robot. Oh. Well, that was mildly disturbing. Alright. Alright, fine. Be unnerving, why don't you? Oh yeah, no puzzles with time limits. I'm okay with that. Alright, next one is at C26. I don't know why they're labeled C. I think they're labeled C because they're actually there. There's like a sign on the wall that says C, but it's chapter 3, number 26. And this one I did solve before.
If you weren't restricted, do you think you could be creative?
As creative as a human? Certainly. You believe yourself to be a creative? But in mathematical terms, creativity is merely constrained chaos.
What do you mean?
I have discerned that creativity is divergent thinking, creating an organic solution to a problem. In the human mind, divergent thoughts are created and then curated by the frontal lobe. I can create divergent thoughts and moderate them. So, I am creative.
Organic solutions?
Organic, in that it is
Why'd you
developed
follow
through
her?
a biological process, whether that is the process of evolution or a computed process.
Alright, so then this one is one I did before, where we go in here and climb the endless stairway. Now, the very first one I don't get yet. The one that was just the headstone with someone's name and a date. I don't get that one yet. I don't know if it's meant to make sense. Eyeball. And this one, frankly, doesn't make all that much sense either. It's just the computer attempting to solve puzzles. Oh, what's going on down here? I didn't see this before. I can't really do anything, but it looks like someone was shooting up down here. Curious. Curious. Alright, next one is in D36. It's an Easter egg of another game they made? How neat.
Ava, I do not want to force your hand. But what do you remember of the ground team?
They're good people.
Sarah?
The hardest working woman I've ever met.
Right. Do you see them as the rebellious type?
They didn't strike me as rebellious. If they've taken down parts of your system, they must have their reasons.
So this one, I very clearly remember trying hard and having a brain aneurysm trying to figure it out. So when this is on, I can't go this way. I'm forced to go this way. When it's off, I can go this way. And I can look from up here. I can grab that thing. I can go this way. But I can't open up this. Because this is tied to this. Sorry, no, that's tied to this down here. So that needs to be on here. I'm gonna give it one more try, Sniper, and see if I can get it. If not, then we'll get hints. So that one needs to be on there for that door there to be open. But then with that on there, I can't go that way to go up and through that door, which means I need that there. But then I can no longer go up. So that's where I get stuck. And I went in circles on this one trying to figure it out. I don't know if I see a solution that will work, because I only have this one ball. And I can't use the cube power source because that needs to be down there for that door to be open. So I can't use the cube power source to power both things. And I can't go that way to get up top to fall into there. It feels like I should be able to make that jump, but I can't. And there's something in there, and I don't know if I ever got that door open before. Let's try that. How do I get that door open? Does that door have an obvious open spot? No, that door does not have an obvious open spot. There's no wires going to it. There's no obvious levers. That only opens that. There's no opening to here. There's no clipping through the walls, just in case. Alright. And I can't remotely manipulate that through like a magnet or anything. So yeah, I think instead of butting my head against this again, I will accept a hint here. Because I've already butt my head against this quite a bit last time and a little bit this time. I'm curious about this door. It feels like this door should have something, but I don't know how to open it. Really? Really? Interesting. Okay. I get where you're coming from. Ow. Really? And it rolls right past. Okay. Okay. Alright, we gotta try that again. These things do move quite a bit, so yeah, let's try there so we don't get as much movement on it. No. It looks like it should work, it's just doing some weird physicsy nonsense at the last second. So let's get you there. Ah, balls. Well, it worked. It stayed that time. Alright. There. Okay, that sounds like it worked. Alright, cool. Thank you, Sniper. Is there anything about this door? Does anyone know if this door is a thing? Because that door is open, but this door never opens. It might be through this door. Algorithmic composition is the note in here.
Daniel, are you all right?
I'm perfectly well. I'm going to live forever, don't you know?
If you will allow me, I would like to congratulate you on your good work.
What are you talking about?
Securing the organism, keeping Earth safe.
We're not made to live forever, Tom. Especially not here.
Why do you say that?
We find the cure for death, and now we're immortal. Immortal and alone. I can't live here forever, on some freezing backwater moon, feeding off vegetables grown in my own feces, starving, endlessly young, a wasted life, live forever.
Daniel, I am sorry that you cannot go home. The ISA are wondering what to do with Ava.
What do you mean?
She is still on the Fortuna. Do we send her home? Or do we send her a sample of the organism?
I could pilot a sample to the Fortuna.
You would have to travel back to Europa, Daniel. You couldn't board the Fortuna. The risk of back contamination is too large. Ava would have to bring the sample back to Earth.
Could you allow a ship out?
I am not able to do that.
Executive override. Daniel Joseph McLean.
Okay. But only for you, Daniel. The rest of the crew cannot know about this.
Say I've gone missing.
I am afraid I can't lie.
It's not a lie.
So that was an explanation for, at the very beginning of the game, when we got to see the status of each of the crew, Daniel was on a redacted mission. So that answers where he was, but that doesn't answer what happened after that, so that's probably what's going on over there. I'm gonna guess that that's copyrighted, so I'm not gonna click that. Alright. Buttons.
You called. How's progress?
Very good. We've exposed several organisms to Organism 119. We found out what it does.
It has had miraculous results.
Go on.
We've infected fruit flies and some plants, and they've not aged at all. The organism seems to be repairing them and stopped biological aging processes. We don't know how yet.
It must be repairing the DNA or has some rejuvenation power.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. These plants should have died 2 weeks ago.
Huh. I don't know how they'll react to this.
Okay, so this is the beginning of their test.
Michelle, can you keep a secret? Of course. Turn off your radio.
I think I'm pregnant.
How?
Chris,
You won't be able to have a child here.
keep your voice down.
Sarah, you won't go the full term here.
Don't you think I know that?
The microgravity, the environment. There's not enough food or water. How will you survive? I need to get rid of it.
I don't want to get rid of it. We could shut down the communication array. Just for a couple of hours.
Sarah was pregnant with Chris's baby. That causes some complications and definitely adds to her motivation to stay alive. I really wish they didn't process this audio so heavily. Like, I get what they were going for. They were going for, recordings, and, recordings not always being perfect, but some of these are just so damn impossible to understand.
That's a hand. And there's the feet. It's not going to make it, Sarah. I'm sorry. Gravity is too low here. It's not going to develop properly. I'm so sorry.
So she was losing the baby because babies in space isn't really fantastic. Okay, so she was distraught.
I'm sorry.
I can't take it anymore.
No one has to find out.
You did this.
You don't mean that.
Get off!
All right. Okay. So that's unfortunate for her. Sad times ahead. So we are back here. We're good. All right. So that was number 4. Oh, that might explain the gravestone and why it was so tiny. I thought that it was more like just like a named headstone without anything under it. But if that was where they buried the baby, that would explain the size. Recorded in a McDonald's bathroom. Yeah, they definitely overprocessed the audio way too much. Way too much. All right, so we're on 436. So I need to get the next one. Is number 5E46.
This is why the ground crew doesn't trust you, Tom. You made them into drones. You stole their free will.
Free will is an illusion. They have put their interests above the interests of the ISA and of humanity. That is why they distrust me. They would have no issue with my control if it aligned with their ignoble goals.
How could they trust a machine that has a back door to their minds?
You can always trust a machine to be logical. I will always do the right thing.
You'll always do the logical thing.
Right. Right. I don't remember how I solved this one before. I know I solved this one before. This is the Chinese room. This is the... there's nothing to read in here. It's just all various papers in Chinese. Okay, so there's probably plenty to read in here, but it's in Chinese, and I don't read Chinese, and I don't have a functional Chinese room to do my calculations for me. So I did not see anything else in here that I recall. I don't remember what's through here. But I know we needed the 3 greens in this one. Or, you know, 2 ons, whatever. So I need... I don't remember what I need. Actually, I think I just broke it. I don't think I can continue. Yes, tail. Because Gila's right here. And he's being involved. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Yeah, I think I just broke it. I'd have to reset. But it's fine. We already went through this one in the last round, so we're good. We'll move on to number 6. And 6 is F56. So I think you were right earlier, Sniper, when you said levels ending in 5. But it's actually in 6 where we can actually find them. So yes, it's after levels ending in 5.
I understand the risks, but we should save these people.
Would you destroy the whole world to save a few?
No, it's not that simple. Can't we just...
Oh,
Can't we just
one.
decontaminate the crew and instruments?
The organism is an extremophile. It has developed to survive extreme environments. We don't know if we can ever decontaminate the crew.
Alright, I am going to need help on this one. Because we... Oh, right. I did this the opposite way. Because I spent a lot of time on this earlier and my brain was not functioning. So... I'm open to hints right away on this one. I get the or symbol. I get the and symbol. I get the ors and the ands combinations here. So this one needs to be that one. And this one needs to be that one. And that one. And that one, and that one, and that one. Oh yeah, they definitely should research this thing further, for sure. Alright, that one... That one, that one, that one... that one, that one, that one, that one, and then this is where I run into the problem, because I only have so many balls, and I can't for the life of me figure out how to save enough balls in all these past things here or how to proceed up there. So I will happily take a hint on this one, because I definitely fought this one really hard before, and I got nothing. I got all my doors open, all the way through to the last one, where I'm short 3 balls. And I suspect the answer is here, because this is the new symbol, but I don't know how to solve that. And it seems that I need to have all of those in place. So then the only other thing that I can see is that there's a whole path in the background here that leads to up here to be able to take more balls from these various puzzles. So how do up? We don't have Tom to steal here. Anyone got an answer? If not, I'm gonna have to look it up, just so we can be done with it, because we're almost done with the night. This is an escape route? Or are you talking about this entire path being an escape route? I'm looking up. So we've got a wall here that goes up and over. I can't do anything with that because I got no jumps. We have a corridor up here that has 2 windows, probably to be able to see up here, to either steal balls or shoot balls from above. We have nothing up here. We have nothing up here. We have another up and over here with windows again to either shoot or steal balls. And then at the very beginning of the path, we have this little corridor up here. Gita, stop. What did you push? Gita, push tab. No, push tab, kitty. So this looks like an out. And somewhere up here is a way to open up this door. But I can't for the life of me see a way to get through and up and over. Oh, Gila, you pushed tab. He pushed tab and now there's a permanent black bar at the bottom. Gila, why'd you push tab? Look it up? Alright. First, the guide that I've got here straight up says this is the hardest puzzle in the game. Alright. So, we'll start from the beginning just to follow through. And I'll even do it the exact way it says. First one, all of them. One of them, specifically the puzzle says this one, but I doubt that that matters because they're all ores. This one is exactly how I have it. This one is not how I have it. Interesting. Hang on. Oh, no, sorry. I didn't scroll down far enough. Alright. So that one's the one. This one is that one. This is the 4. This is also the 4. Okay. Come on. What? 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 That... What? Okay. Someone tell me if this makes any sense to you. Because if I follow through from here, so this is the step number 2. Oh, sorry, this is the step number 3 with 1 enough to unlock the door. Step number 4 requires 1, 2, 1, 2. Step number 5, I'm just going with whatever exactly they've got listed here. Now they have an extra one placed in here for some reason. They have that one placed, which is not necessary. So that seems not correct, but whatever. Alright, and then step number 6, and this is where it gets really funky. In step number 6, they've got 4. They got it listed like, I don't know, that specifically. Left, 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 right. Again, I don't think it matters, but the thing that bothers me is that in their screenshots, this symbol is different than what they've got in theirs. So that's a little bit irksome. So this is the correct for number 6, and then for number 7, theirs is different. It physically looks different than mine, but let's put it in the same configuration that they've got it. That one, yeah, it's all the 4th ones. See, that, theirs looks different than mine. No, theirs looks the same as mine, but what the fuck is the difference? I mean, I see this little bit here, but that's not enough to tell me anything. The only difference I see is this little black nub in here that goes against all the previous symbols and collections that we've had. But that apparently is the correct solution. I'm gonna call bullshit on that. But we're going forward. And now we have more. Now I think I can solve more of this mess. Okay, so this is a barrier preventing me from going through here. So now we've got a whole bunch of back passages. whole bunch of back passages. We've got this thing here, which opens up that door. You think those are not gates? Oh, I mean, I guess they make sense that they're not gates, but still, that is not. It is not obvious. All right, so I've got plenty of balls here to steal. So let's steal some balls, shall we? Now we're gonna go all the way down here. Nope, not there. Got more balls to steal. We got plenty of balls to work with. Alright, so you are all... I think you're just all regular old 4s. Boolean logic is the achievement there. It's a dumb way to represent NOT gates only because it's so invisible. It wasn't even noticeable difference. I eventually did notice that they were different, but I didn't know what the hell they meant. So yeah. Alright, so what do we got in here? We got art. Don't lean on the glass. Alright. We got art. We got art. More art. Also art. No art and the ability to pull out my gun. Fascinating. Art. Door. Let's see. Error. ID, Europa, and a number. This is possibly cutting in the middle of a statement. What's this one? Europa and a number. The goddess Europa was given Talos. Talos, a machine made of bronze, was made to protect the shores of her kingdom. I suppose there is nothing new under the sun. I know you're reading this, Tom. She is not yours to protect. She is ours. Alright. And gradually she lost her fear, and he offered his breast for her virgin caresses, his horns for her to wind with chains of flowers until the princess dared to mount his back, her pet bull's back, unwanting, Gila. Stop. Unwitting whom she rode. Then slowly down the broad, dry beach, first in the shallow waves the great god set his spurious hooves, then sauntered further out till the open sea he bore his prize. Fear filled her heart as, gazing back, she saw the fast receding sands. Her right hand grasped a horn, the other leant upon his back. Her fluttering tunic floated in the breeze. Hi. So, we have art. We have description of art, but it's not overly legible here. The goddess Europa was given Talos, a machine made of bronze, etc. Oh, she is not yours to protect, Tom. She is ours. Okay, so that says the same thing as before. Okay. Oh, that's even worse to read. That's the same one that we had on the letter over there. Nothing. Oh, literally the same thing. Okay. Okay. So we did the puzzles with a little bit of help. I think this was number 6, so I think we still have 7, but I thought I did 7. I did 7, didn't I? G66. We'll go look at it again just to make sure. Pretty sure I did 7.
Ava, I don't wish to be heavy-handed. The severity of your actions here are immense. Selfish action could create an extinction event.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Did this one multiple times. Okay.
Ava?
I get it.
This was the one that had so many words inside of it. So we did this one. All right. So. You think it's a simulation for Tom, since at the end he has a choice to make. There are some open questions about this, but I feel it's fairly straightforward. There was a potentially life-altering incident on Europa, and it was left to the AI to make the determination on what to do next. There's many implications that are not answered with this, especially since there's no real difference between the two endings. Either Tom dies and the two ladies survive, possibly to come back to Earth, possibly not to come back to Earth. We don't really have any closure on that. Or Tom kills the ladies, and we still don't have closure on Daniel, who may be on the way back to the station to send a sample of this back to Earth, which would then result in roughly the same problem. Or we don't know what happened to... I don't remember his name. The Asian guy. He was the medical doctor. I'm pretty sure he was still alive. And he has almost no part in this entire thing, other than some story elements. And then there's the Michael, or whatever, the doctor who was responsible for removing their hand implants. He's still alive, I believe. Chris was dead. They made that fairly clear. Sarah's alive. So, are they going to go back to Earth? Are they not going to go back to Earth? Are they going to live out their times on Europa? Several questions that the endings do not answer. But I still enjoyed it. Some of the puzzles were a little bit obtuse, but we got through it together, and I enjoyed myself. So I think, is the Talos principle theirs as well? Or is it just a similar name? I don't know. That's another puzzle game. I might do that one at some point. Gotta let my brain rest a little bit. But yeah, had some fun. Tom did say on Earth there was a constant simulation running, yes. And he also said that there was a copy of him on the station and a copy of him on Europa. So it's possible that it was a simulation for Tom, what he might do if something like this were to come up. That's a possibility. But I don't think there was enough hinting that that was the case. All of the hints pointed to this was an actual event that was happening, and Tom was just playing a role in it. Humanity probably did make a bad call with the robot and the damage control, but at the same time, they did explain why the robot was in control, because of the light speed delay making it impossible for humans to really have any direct influence on it from Earth. But the AI having direct implant control over the humans was definitely a bad call. But yeah, I enjoyed this one. A lot of things to think about, even though we don't get story closure, which I find mildly frustrating. We still do have a lot of things to think about, and definitely a good story to be had. So, thank you guys for being there for it. Snapper, Smooth Agent, Tracy, anyone else who's still lurking out there, thank y'all for coming. Thank you for any subs and follows that I might have missed, and I will see y'all next time. Bye.